pause. Let me switch the game and turn on the sound. Okay, I also need to figure out where was I? I think I was here. I had to save before. Oh, okay. I was like, why am I not moving? Ah! This is not what I need right now. Ah! I'm gonna die. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go up here instead. I think. Goodness gracious. Hello, Alex. How are you? Yes. Somebody told me I need to look by the water for this hidden village, so I'm looking by the water. My favorite game as well. What, this game? Oh my gosh. Having these guys in the way while I'm trying to find it. Oh, I found it! I found it. Hidden town of Kasuto. Oh. I cannot help you. Well, wonder if I can jump on stuff and go in chimneys again. We had to flee Kasuto. Oh, that's why they're not there. Oh, Hula, thank you for continuing your gift sub. Thank you, hon. You deserve my help. Follow me. Oh? Oh. Is there anything in the table? No. She's red now. There is a secret at the edge of town. Okay, there's a secret at the edge of the town. Oh, wow. Maybe just for finding this, I get to... Oh! Wow! My magic bar looks like it's like max it could be. Or maybe it could be bigger than that, but wow. I'm guessing I have 2 heart containers that I can find. Hey, we did it! Hi, Kevin! I have even more magic. Hey. Hi, Hussein! That was handy, it was. I cannot help you. What about this lady? The old man who remains has magic. Okay. The old man who remains has magic. Why is this empty? There's always something amiss. There's always something here. Oh! East of Triple I Rock at Seashore. East of Triple I Rock at the seashore. East? Triple. Who talked to me? Who was that? Told you. There's always something fishy in all these places. I need to find the health person. At the edge of the town. End of the game. Edge of the town. Hi, Franzen! Stop by. Yes, please heal me. Yes. Is there anything here? This is a big place. What's in here? Is this the... What is this? Ah! What? That was easy. Remember the magic word. A spell. Ooh. Okay, let's see what it does. Okay. What does it do? He doesn't tell me. Okay, well, I'll have to do something to figure it out. Oh, let me see if there's anybody else that's here. Okay. Alright. I need to go get my more magic, but I'll do that after. Alright, let's keep looking around. Hello. Call for help at the Three-Eye Rock. Okay, so we need to go to this Three-Eye Rock at the seashore and go east. And then call for help. Ooh, there's a water fountain. Or a statue. Okay, doesn't look like I can do anything. Alright, edge of town. Okay, here, edge of town. Let's see if I can fly. Ah! I thought maybe we could like I was like maybe there's like an opening? Like an invisible opening? Okay. Well, I do have a spell. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Let me go get some more magic. Or actually, here. Let's see what the spell does. Or maybe. Hey! Oh! Ooh, I got a key. Okay. Easy. Kylie's doing it! I know I am. I mean, I didn't know what the freaking spell even did, so I had to do something. I figured it was like maybe some like health or something like that. Okay, let me go get some more magic. I have a key. And then I need to go find a three-eyed rock. Was there anything else I'm missing? Call for help at the three-eyed rock. Go east, something, three-eyed rock by the seashore. I think that's it. I must save Hyrule, of course. Okay, let's save. That was really good. I'm really proud of myself. Okay, create here. Let's save here. Okay, so I got a key. I gotta go to this three-eyed rock. Okay, so let's go look for rocks, chat. I'm gonna go look for a rock by the seashore. Oh gosh. Uh-oh, this isn't good. Okay. Alright. I have a key. Wonder where what this key is for. I need to practice and warm up. Woo! I need to warm up my fighting skills. PBJ, hi! Thank you for the 67 months! Hello! How are you today? Forget Hyrule, just save Zelda. It's the same thing! Ah! You would think I would have to stay where I was. Aw, man. It was by the seashore. I don't know. I'm gonna go by the water and see. Seashore. So not here. There we go. Thank you, PBJ. The key opens lock things. Really? Oof. I wonder if it's like a key to the town or something. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Where am I? Maybe something happens if I do a spell. No? Okay. Hey! Probably a waste of magic, but that's okay. Ooh. So this is like a cool place. Rock! Rock! Oh! Rocks! Rocks! Rock! Ah! There's 3 rocks! There's 3 rocks! There's 3 rocks! Okay, hold on. They said call for help. Here, maybe... Okay, they said go east. Darn it. Also, let me... I know I probably shouldn't be wasting my magic, but we're just learning right now. Go east. Oh! Oh! What? Yeah! What? Is that's it? Go east? Okay. Hey, she told me where a heart container is. I'm still missing one. Yeah, it looks like that. That's okay. Wow. I'm actually getting stuff done. Holy cow. Okay. Wow, we found so much. I got more magic. I got more life. I got a spell. Ooh, maybe we were supposed to use this spell. Okay, that was east. I don't... Okay, they said call for help. I don't know how you call for help. Maybe I use, like, the whistle? Okay, here, I'm actually kind of curious. What would happen if I go to, the village now? I'm just curious. It might be totally a waste of time, but... Here, I'm gonna save right before. I don't know. I thought maybe, like, the... Oh. 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 I don't remember. Didn't I, like, immediately die last time? Oh. Ooh-wee, we're doing something, guys. Hey, there's another old man. I can give you most powerful magic. Ooh. Thunder? 120? Wow, that's expensive. Wow. Thunder. I'm guessing it, like, kills everything in sight, maybe? Okay, I might die, so I'm just gonna, like... Oh, darn it, I don't have enough. Alright, that's okay. Oh, God. Oh, no. Alright, well... Let's keep looking. I know where the old man is, but I'm curious to... Here, you know what? I'm gonna jump. Hey, there's obviously something I'm hitting. You know what? Screw it. I think I'm probably gonna have to redo my lives anyways, but let's see if I can, like... Can I, like, see what these things are? Okay, I used a spell and nothing happened. Okay, we're gonna look around while I can. Oh, come on. There's gotta be something here. No? Maybe if I go like this? Maybe in the windows? I mean, it is a deserted, like, abandoned village. But... Ah! I don't know what is killing me. Woo! Let's go in here. Oh. Maybe just having thunder is, like, the only thing I should get in this village. That's okay. We're trying everything. These houses look weird. Ugh. Ah, I don't know what I'm hitting. Anything here? Run. Oh, poison! Thank you! Thank you, thank you! Try using a fairy here? I don't see why I would. Oh, darn. The only reason why I say that is because Oh, wait, to, like, fly around? Actually. Good idea. Good idea, good idea. Just so I can not die as fast. Though I need more magic. I'm gonna die again. No! Okay, here. We'll use a fairy twice. Wait. Haha, can't get me. Wait, am I still taking damage? Oh my god. I am still taking damage. Fairies do nothing. Where's my thunder? I guess we could use it, huh? Oh, wait. I can't use it. I have to go get it. Here, let me go get it and then I'll use it. Maybe I'll kill whatever's killing me. Okay. I don't have enough magic, so I'll have to, like, die and then come back. Yeah, no help without a safe word. Platypus, guys. But that's, like, for like, tips on where to go. Don't tell me where to go or what to do yet. I'll say platypus if I need help. Y'all know that, though. You're still vulnerable to damage. Ah! Okay. I'm gonna die here, but that's okay. Here, let me at least... Never mind. Here, let's use thunder. Ooh, I obviously killed something. I don't know what I killed, but I killed something! And I used all my magic. Darn it. I'm like, there's gotta be, like, something... Is there any... No, I went in here. It's so hard. Okay. Alright. Let's keep going. Let's go in here. Is there anything in here? Oh. Magic key reads Treasure of Kasuto. Okay, that makes me think that there's a treasure here somewhere and I have the key. I have the key for it. What it is though, I don't know. Maybe. I could be wrong. Where the heck is the treasure though? Is there anything here? See, some places are... They give me stuff, some places they don't. Dang it. Let me go in! Just being thorough, guys. Okay, I don't think there's anything here. What is that? No! I want to read the sign! I'm guessing the sign just says it. Okay, alright. I think there's literally nothing here for me. I'm just gonna go and get the thunder skill and then I'm gonna leave. I mean, unless they said there's a treasure. They did say that there's a treasure. But oh my god, it's so hard to stay alive in this town. Ah. Don't lie, you love stabbing. Ah! Kasuto. Yeah, that's the name of this this village that we're in. Probably need something for invisible enemies. Uh-huh. I mean, I have, like, it looks like I have max skills, so I'm guessing one of these, maybe. Spell did nothing. Or did it? Did it do nothing? I can't remember. Here, let me check. Let me go and use spell outside and see. It's probably pointless, but... Oh, no, no, they're still there. What about reflect? Here, let me use reflect. Okay, that did nothing. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm just trying. Hi, King! Hello! That's why all the villagers left. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, alright, we're gonna leave. We're gonna go... Let's see. The three-eyed rock thing by the seashore. I found it. Go east. I found the heart container. Was there something else that somebody said in the town that I'm forgetting? Of like where to go next? I'm leaving! Stop hurting me! Oh, you turd! Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna have to get three full hearts later, or full health, or full lives later. Okay. There is that place that I need to go to, under the graveyard, but I could not survive that at all. Crap. Okay, somebody remind me to save. Somebody remind me to save after. Oh. Missing something? Who knows? Maybe, Stephen, but until I say platypus, don't say anything. I forget which game they introduced it in. I played them all out of order, so I couldn't say the first game it appeared. Wait, what thing? Save. Hold on, let me see if I can like get out and save with the life that I have right now. Might be impossible, but hey, let's try it. Okay, create, and then let's see. Come on, dodge, Kylie, dodge. Oh, whoo, woohoo! Haha, we got out. Oh, Lens of Truth. Oh yeah, that is another Zelda game. Oh, we're good. No! Did I have enough magic to heal myself? If I did, oh well. Oh, I hate these jumping hard muffins. Ah! No! Okay. Let's see, did I have enough magic? Life. No, I don't. Okay, but I could fairy? Can I fairy? Oh, I can. Haha, suckers! Okay, let's see what I can do here. Darn it. My only thing is, I think I need to go back to the hidden village to see if I may have missed something. Or, hold on, they said go east, so maybe there's more stuff here. Unless it's another hidden village. Ooh. Kylie cheats! What? How did I cheat? Sorry. Okay. You know, I always still have a feeling that there's some more stuff in here. I'm gonna die. I want to go this way? I don't think I do. No, I don't want to. Oh, God bless. I found a fairy! love fairies in this game. Okay, let's save. Cheating! That's not cheating! Just fairies naturally love me. Uh-oh. You remember this game? Was it a good memory? Let's go back this way. Oh, gosh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I ever try using the spell? Did I ever try using the spell on the 3-eye thing? Did I try that? I probably didn't have enough magic. Ah! Maybe I should die just to try it. Here, let me see. Let me just try it. I have a save spot in case. Okay. Okay, let's go try it. Let's go try it. Whoop. Okay, maybe right here. It makes... Oh, wait. I can't use a spell. Wait. Duh. I can't use the spell when I'm outside. Wait. Oh, maybe I use it here. Oh, this is probably so stupid, but... Like, you know? Like... Okay, that was stupid. Hi, Red Guppy! Am I winning? I feel like I'm winning, so no. Hey, Rio! How are you doing? Hello! A Twitch ambassador? Whoa! I've never seen that little icon before. How are you doing, Rio? Oh my god, that was so much fun playing with you guys on Friday. It makes me want to keep playing with you guys. If y'all are ever wanting to do anything else, let me know. Nifty. Okay. Alright, so that didn't work. Oh gosh, darn it. Trying to figure stuff out while dodging these guys is so hard. I wish I could jump over them. I actually attempted to. It was so much fun. I laughed so much. You know, I was like looking back and stuff. That game was too much fun. Okay. Oh gosh, okay. I think I am good. I'm gonna ask for a small hint, but I'm worried that chat's gonna just say what it is. Don't say what it is, chat. Platypus. But the hint. I need a tiny hint. Like tiny. I feel like I'm exactly where I need to be. Unless this was the only hint that I needed to find the red or the heart container, which I already did. Which was east of it. But I feel like I need to do something here. But use an item. Darn it, but it happened. Oh, so I was right. I do need to use the thing. And that's also not a hint. That's just straight up telling you what to do. Ah! All right, that's what I get for asking chat. But that's okay, because I knew what I need. Wait. How do you use the item again? Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out, how did I... Okay, I think here, maybe I just press... B! I just pressed B! Oh my god, I'm so stupid! I just pressed B the whole time! Oh! Where'd he come from? Okay, well, we found it, guys. We found it. Alright, I knew I was close. Hi, Alex! Hi, Arosa. This game is old. 1987, I believe. Ooh, look, a pea bag. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that pea bag. I have no magic. How many lives do I have? Okay, I have 3 lives though. It's okay. We'll do. Ah! I hate the DVD man. Okay, let's just go down. Let's go down. Darn it! I don't. Wait. I have a key. Is this the master key? Is this the same key in the first Legend of Zelda? Or the first one where I find it and then I have to... Ah! I found the master key! Definitely Mario vibes here. Mario vibes. Oh yeah, I guess so. Highly matches the color of the palace. Oh, it is rather pink. Like maroon colored. First game is 1986 in Japan. Yeah, first game. And then this game is 1987, right? Okay. Right. Okay, oh no, it's a whiz robe. I wonder if I should just jump. Oh, I don't have any magic. Never mind. Get out of my way! Ooh, blocked. Oh god. I wonder how to kill this guy. Okay, I'll just kill him like that. Okay. Oh no, okay, alright. I hate you. Oh! I could just make him fall off to his death. That's great news. Okay, let's just do that. I can make him fall to his death. I wonder if I can skip this guy. Oh, goodbye. Woo! Alright, little man. Or big man, I guess. Come on, you getting scared, huh? You getting scared, yeah? Bye! Sucker! Oh. Oh, no! Oh! Oh, no! Oh, gosh. Oh, God. Ooh. Oh, not another one. Do I have enough for a shield, at least? Nope. Oh, I forgot I can just do that. Oh, it's the... Oh! Forbidden no! That's okay. Now we have full magic and health. This is great. This is great news. Great news. Forbidden tomato soup. Woo! Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Can you please? Thank you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. Okay, we're good. This area looks familiar. Suckers! Oh no, not the... Wait, what? What? No! No! Here, maybe there's a hidden... Wait, maybe I'm supposed to use a fairy. What am I thinking? Just taking damage left and right. Okay, that's usually my goals with this kind of task of investigating the place of the palace. Is just go in and go crazy. Whoa, 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 whoa! No! No! Ah! Oh! Oh, I remember this guy. Oh, gosh. I don't know if I need to jump. I can't remember. I don't think I did. Maybe I shouldn't. I remember this guy. Okay, I kind of want to restart just because I don't think I need to use jump. There we go. I gotta, oh no. I know, I remember what I have to do for him. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo, unfortunately. I shouldn't use jump, because it makes it so difficult to fight him. But it's okay. It's okay. Ooh. Hi, Jeremy. How are you doing? Oh, man. Falling down. Whew. What's over here? Ooh. Oh, only 200? That's so not worth it. So not worth it. Leveling, what's that? Oh, aw, darn it. I got stuck. Woo! What's over here? Oh, I couldn't get over. I think I had to have jump to get over there. Oh no. Ooh, where am I now? This isn't where I should be. How many holes are there? Oh. Haha, later. This palace is giant. Oh. I think I need to be, I'm where I need to be. Or maybe I don't. Oh gosh, where am I? This is not it. Darn it, it got me. I thought it looked familiar. Oh gosh, don't touch me, DVDs. Wait, this place also looks familiar. What in the world? Okay. Are they using like the same maps? Ah! Run away! Oh no! Oh. I feel like this palace is like a repeat of all the other palaces. Ouch. Oh no. Oh, are you kidding me? It's just for a bag? Ah. That's good too, but like... Oh wait, I don't need to go this way then. Theo, thank you for the 8 months! How are you, buddy? Thank you. Oh wait. Okay. Let's just redo it. This is the second to last palace, I'm pretty sure. Hi, Claw, with the 60 months. Holy cow, buddy. Hey! Oh! What are you doing? Oh! Darn it. I'm trying to push him off. Hi, Claw, 5 years! I can't believe how long it's been. I know, it's so crazy. Thank you for the 5 years. And Gio with 8 months, thank you. Yeah, 1 more month and then you'll be born from womb of the Frame Mother. How wonderful. Thank you so much, Claw. Thank you, Gio. Alright, I need to start figuring out a place to start saving at. Because I feel like I keep going back here. I'm gonna see if I can, like, stay at max health. Oh, darn. That's the redo. If I can get past this one, maybe I can get past the other one. Or I can just save and then do it. Ooh. Ah! Okay, let's save here. Okie dokie. I need to get back to that mini boss. Haha! Okay, there we go. It's my least favorite Zelda. Understandable. Okay, and then we need to go over here. Okay, good. We're in the area that we need to be, chat. Also, this palace confuses the heck out of me. Okay. Alright. Oh man. Okay, let's redo that. Let's see if I can jump over this guy like I did last time. Oh, yoink. Oh. I just ran right into that. I did tell him to shove off. Okay. All right, let's save here and start from here. Okay, we're back to where we were. We are back to where we were, chat. Oh, man. Oh, these guys. Oh, no. Oh, they just gotta push me once and then I go flying. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Oh, man, I don't like these guys. No. Oh, no. Maybe I should just try to hit them. Or, oh, no. Darn it. Oh. Pretend you didn't see that. I forgot what the jump button does. Twice now. Come get me. Maybe if I kill one of them, maybe less will show up. That is probably not the case. Okay. Darn it. I really hate those spiky balls. No! I saw that coming a mile away. Ah! Hi, Pete! You're supposed to jump there, I know. Darn it. Ah. How the heck did I get past this room the first time? Oh, right. I can downward attack those guys. Can I do the same with these guys? Okay. Maybe not on the edge. Hello, Shadow! There we go. No! I allowed the other one to just push me off. Okay. No! Oh wow, he just literally like flew off of it. Ah, why is this area so hard? I'm trying to take less damage, man. Okay, you know what? I think I give up on not taking damage here. I'm just gonna go and try to run through it. Not care about the damage that I take. Just run. Run, Kylie. Don't run. Don't go in the tomato soup. Oh, man. Oh, why is this part so hard? Don't you love it when a regular enemy is harder than the boss? These guys are pretty tough. Oh, darn it. I was hoping I could jump over them. Hello, cars! Run, Kylie, and jump. I'm running and jumping. I have to do timing. Oh, man. Okay, I'm in that area. I'm just gonna be patient and wait for them to come and attack me. Wasn't patient. I think I'd rather fall in the Super Mario World chocolate. Super Mario World chocolate. How did I do it the first time so magically? Aha! Aha! No! God bless save states. No. Kylie's stuck in a death loop. I am stuck in a death loop. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Stop chasing me. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright. Oh, darn. I actually saw a thing going there. There was only one of them. There was one behind me and one in front of me. I like that. Did I? Oh, darn it. After this, I'm gonna save. Because this room is a nightmare. Oh, come on.
Good luck.
Thank you, Dre. Why am I not jumping? Oh, thank you, Gio. Thank you, Peter. Don't land in the queso. I thought we agreed it was tomato soup. Is it queso now? No, you're supposed to jump. When you get hit, you can't jump. Look, what? You can kill them! I guess I forgot you could kill them. What? That's crazy! 2 hours later, I know. I forgot I can just straight up kill this guy. Here, let me reload that part. Oh my god, I'm shook. I totally forgot. Oh, what am I doing? I totally forgot. You can kill the heads! You can kill the heads! You can kill the heads! You can kill the heads, Kylie. Remember that. Oh no. I'm gonna try not to take damage from this guy. You look very nice today, Kylie. Thanks, Alex. Thank you. You are so patient, I would have thrown something already. I'm throwing things in my mind. I'm not perfect, but I'm throwing things in my mind. No. Doink! Okay, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good! Are we? Hold on. Okay, okay, okay. Overriding, overriding. We gotta go through this now. Wait. Wait. Wait a second. You know, leap of faith, leap of faith. Maybe there's a bridge. Nah! Oh, wait. Oh, darn. No, that can't be how. Why was I going the wrong way this entire time? Where was the mini boss? Darn it! Where was the darn mini boss? Ah, I thought maybe I could like downward attack and go by the lava, but I guess that. Oh wait, I have to ferry. Never mind. I had to ferry. I don't have enough magic to ferry, so I gotta die. Yeah. I have to ferry over and then yes. Let's see if I can avoid. No! Okay, alright, okay. Oh, thank you for reminding me, chat. I remember. Okay. Okay, here we go, here we go. Oh wait, no, not here yet. I remember if I went down or across. I think this was this way. Yeah, it was this way. It was this way. Okay, okay. Okay, boss time. Boss time. Boss time! I already fought this boss, so I know what to do. Is it difficult? Yes, I need a shield before. It's the horse guy, so I have to attack the horse's head. And then he pops off and hurts me, but it's okay. I got this. Okay, I got this. I got this. There we go. There we go. See? It is a traditional RPG, yes. Oh, Which Legend of Zelda games are you most excited to play and all? For what, this event? I'm excited to play Ocarina of Time again. It's been, and Majora's Mask again. It's been a long time since I've played. By the way, since I'm so good at this, guys, it's because I've already fought this boss before. And the next hit, I believe, he pops off. There we go, yep. So hard fighting this guy, though. Stop! Stop it, Kylie! There we go. We did it! We did it! A key? I don't need a key. I was kind of hoping, not gonna lie, that he was gonna give me something. Ah! I thought he was gonna give me something that I needed. Whoa, 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 what's that? Stop touching me! What is that? Oh, darn it. Oh, that was a doll! That was an extra life that I kind of wasted, but oh well. Cool. I don't know where I am. Well, I guess we might as well save. I have no idea. This place is giant. Maybe this is the last... Man, I killed the mini-boss and it gave me a key and I didn't even need the key. I felt like that was such a waste. At least the extra life was used. I guess. Would have been nice to, like, keep it, though. Oh man. Taking unnecessary damage. I know that does nothing, chat, but I always wish it would. Go away. Let's save here and then go this way. I guess right now I'm totally exploring this gigantic... Forgot those guys jump. Woo! Okay. Alright. Let's, I never figured out how to kill these guys. Oh, man. Wow, there's a lot of them. Okay. Screw you guys. No! Darn it. Okay. Let's go up. What's up here? Mom, my memory. It's like all the other dungeons, man. Can I kill these guys? Can I use reflect on them? Like, reflect. Oh! Yes! Sucker! Ooh. Oh! Oh, no. I don't need to get... Don't touch me. Oh, you blasted. I don't need to go in that room. I never needed to go there after all. What is this? What is this madness? Okay, let's go up. This area looks so familiar from the last palace that I was in. No. I refuse. Okay, well, that's a death trap. There's obviously traps in this area. Gotcha. I feel like I'm going in a circle. Dang it, I am going in a circle. I'm going in a circle! No! How do I get out of said circle? Let's go to the beginning! Because I have nothing accomplished. Let's go this way. go this way, chat. I haven't gone this way yet. Oh, no, 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 I didn't mean to go all the way over. Why every single time? Wait, unless there's a door. A hidden door. Oh man, what was that? Okay. Alright, both of these serve nothing to me. Okay. We're gonna need to go to that one area. We're gonna need to go to that one area that I have to just keep falling, I'm thinking. Didn't I save after? Oh man, he getting cranky. There we go. He getting cranky, guys. Okay. Okay, I'm going to jump. Darn it! I can't jump. Have I been over there? I don't think I have. Let me see if I can try to die. And then I can, yeah, here, kill me. I want him to kill me so that I can have magic, or full magic. And then I can see if I can jump and what's over there. If there's anything that I need. Oh, not again. Funny. I don't know, I've been every single time. I know, he's so angry. Thank you, Aki. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, no hints, guys. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll figure it out. I got this. Okay. Oh god, I forgot they can go through the doors. Okay. Alright. So this place looks familiar. Maybe I have been here. Okay, yes, I have been over here. And then I believe it was a dead end. I can't remember. Can you stop hitting me, DVD player? DVD... Ah! Oh, wait, it was this. It was these. Oh, God. Where did I escape with my life? No! Okay, let's try that again. I'm getting wombo combo. Okay, let's try it. Let's die again. And then go back to that area. And then go down the elevator and try to have as much health as I can going down the elevator. Okay. Oh, come on. I wish I could just... I wish I could do this guy a little bit faster. If I hit him once, he gets really angry. Come on. Go backwards. There we go. All right, let's just save here. Thank you, S&T. Hey, Orca, what's up? Okay. Whoop. All right. All right, I forgot. There's another one. Oh, wait, I can just skip him. Yes. Okay. Oh, wow, I did good. I know I could literally just... Oh, man. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Keep going. Keep going. Oh. Oh, dodged. Ah! Ha, sucker! All right, we did it. We're here. I don't know where we are, but we're here. Okay, yeah. Oh. Okay, then that guy can stay up there. And I've just gotta dodge. Oh, stay where you are. Oh no. Boop. Just try to not take damage. Oh god. All right, I have to fight this guy. Okay. Okay, let's retry that. Oh, I beat it when I was 8 or 9. Probably took months. This is by far the hardest Zelda game ever released. It was next to impossible for save states on emulators. Oh, 100%. I just got home and I'm about to head back out to get some work done. Work done? What are you doing, Orca? I have patience. I'm happy that you guys think that. Okay, I think I might just fight this guy. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm gonna jump over him. Right, I forgot I can just go through them when they're like blinking like that. I don't like this guy. I don't like him. Takes all my health away from me. We'll just jump over him. I don't want to use my magic though. That's the only problem with this. Haha, loser! Okay, let's kill this guy. Don't push me in the fire! I need to remember the man down. Oh man, I'm facing the wrong way. I hate these eyeballs. I never figured out how to kill the eyeballs. There we go. Okay. All right. Go, go. Shoo, shoo, shoo.
Thank you!
Just wanted to leave a little tip since I wasn't able to when I was first watching your content years ago.
Wow, Cars!
Glad to see you've gotten so far.
Aww, that's sweet of you. Thank you, Cars, for $6.84. Thank you. That was very kind of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh no. Oh man. Okay. I wonder if I need to... I'm thinking that is the way. Oh! Poop on a stick. I keep forgetting that this leads to... Ah! This just leads to a freaking experience bag! Where the heck am I supposed to go, chat? What in the world? This place is the most confusing. This is the most confusing palace. I can't remember right from left. Okay, well, I don't need to go down there then. But then, like, where do I need to go? I'm thinking it has to be... I'm so happy I saved this one. It has to be, I have to fall down and, like, catch myself. I'm thinking. Like, one of those is, like, the answer. Thank you, Orca. Oh, is it 5 pounds? Oh, okay, thank you, Cars. Thank you, buddy. Time to make soupy salads. Ooh, or soupy soups. Why did I say soupy salads? Soupy soups. I had broccoli and cheese soup recently. It was very good. Hey, don't get angry at me. You're the one who wants to throw knives at me. You see me doing it? Uh-oh. Okay, whatever, I'll take it. Okay, so I think, okay, this is the trick. This is me figuring out where I need to go, okay, chat? So, okay. So we're gonna fall, and then we have to figure out where we gotta go after this. Okay. Oh, let's go this way! Just kidding! I don't need to be over here. Let's go this way! Because this makes sense. Okay, let's fall again. Let's go this way. Oh, I made it. Oh, I wonder if there's like a hidden door. Okay, here, hold on. Maybe there's a secret. There's a secret. Oh no. We need to get back over there. I'm thinking there's like a hidden door or something. You know, like the last, or a wall, hidden wall. I'm guessing. I don't have any magic, darn it. Okay. Alright, well, let's see how I can do this. It's okay. Well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm gonna re-kill him with my second life. Woo! I could be totally wrong, but I'd rather try and be wrong. Stop getting angry. I'm being you fair and square, bro. Fine! Okay, it's not what I'm supposed to do. Hi, Colby! Oh my god. Okay. This is definitely the hardest palace. Okay. So now we go down. Now where do we go? Okay, hold on. We're gonna fall. I'm gonna keep going to the left, okay? To the left. You know, chat. To the left. Just kidding. To the right. To the right. To the right. The right. But no, this isn't it. This isn't it. Oh, okay. Oh, well. Oh. Okay, we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to the left now. I hate you. Okay, well, it wasn't right or left. What about this way? Oh, where am I? What? This looks familiar. What? What? Let's go this way. I'm going in a complete circle. It's amazing. Not really. I am so frustrated. What's going on? I've never had a dungeon do this to me before. Or palace, not dungeon. Okay. That was cool. You can apparently find a red jar hitting the guy. I've already been this way. That was a thing since Dungeon 1. What? It was? And I only just now found it? What is this? What is this nonsense? Is this the... Okay. I don't want to go that way. You said no spoilers. Yep, and that's totally fine. I'm perfectly, oh god, I'm perfectly happy not knowing that and figuring it out myself. Perfectly happy. I am content. I don't know why I'm going back this way, but... Wait, I could have jumped that the whole time? I want something sugary. Then go get something sugary. Freaking busy season cravings? Did you know you can backflip in this game? What? No, you can't. There was nothing over here besides the pea bag. I wonder if the pea bags, like, maybe I have to get all of the pea bags to move on. You know? Like, maybe that's the secret. That's the secret sauce. But I know I can make it up there. Thank you. I don't need to go this way. I know, I'm wasting my health. I am so lost. Whoop! Darn it. Well, look good. I like this. I can just keep falling and get to where I need to go. I'm gonna go back to the beginning. I think. Aha. Okay, let's heal first. I found a lot of good loot though. Well, not really, but I found some good stuff. At least you might get a level. Possible. Hold on, I need to go use the restroom real quick, chat. Give me just a second. I've been drinking too much water and y'all been doing too many hydration checks. Hearing someone say pee bat, sorry, well, experience bag. Whatever, it has a P on it. All right, be right back real quick, okay? I need to go use restroom. We all go get some water and stuff and stretch, okay? Hold on. Okay, I'm back. All right. Let's do this, guys. Did I save here? We're gonna create one here. Okay. Okay, this is the beginning, right? Okay, yeah, okay. All right, we're gonna go down. Wait, I've been here. Hi, Jacob! Thank you, Jai! Okay. Oh, you turd. I refuse to get hit! I could use reflect, but I don't think I want to waste my magic right now. Oh. Oh my god. Nova! How are you guys doing, by the way? What are y'all up to? While watching me play Zelda 2, what are y'all playing? Oh, I killed him. Oh, I killed him. Okay. So, alright. Okay, we gotta boop the snoot. Oh, can I actually hit his knives away? Has that always been a thing? Oh! I didn't know you could actually hit his knives away. I just ate soup. What kind of soup? Playing shapes and beats. What's that? Minecraft? I'm eating jelly and playing Pokemon. Ooh, what kind of jelly? Or Jello? Jello? Jelly? I forgot I had this game and its music is really good. I haven't heard about that game. Watching a hockey game? Who's on? I actually really like watching hockey. They fight. Finishing Cyberpunk. Oh. I'm LARPing as a pro baker. Lemon. Final Fantasy 14, watching my son play with his toys. Aww. Can I ask what toys he plays with? Just out of curiosity. You're playing Breath of the Wild? Ghost of Tsushima and cooking soupy soups. The good kind of soup. Oh, okay. It's hard to describe what this game is. Take a photo and show me. Like on Discord. Blueberry and black currant. It's vegan one. It's so nice. Are you just eating it alone, or you have like crackers and stuff that you're dipping it in? Buffalo and Washington. I don't know teams, but I do enjoy. I think out of all the sports, I enjoy watching. I enjoy watching. Ooh. Oh no! I don't want to fall. Ah! Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, I have been here, or have I? I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Don't know where I am anymore. Should I go get that pee bag? Chat. You know what? I could no. Dang it, I've been here. Wait, I can keep. Wait, oh! I haven't been here. 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 Who is that? Vibes! Oh! Hey, Vibes! How you doing? Man, you're gonna get me caught on fire, dude. Oh, I'm just gonna keep going. Whoa! What? You are like a smile-on man. Aw, thanks, Vibes. When did I fall? Okay, you know what? Screw this guy. Never mind. Don't screw him. Okay, I don't know where I fell. Ah! That's where I fell! What? Darn it! I don't want to be over there. Ah! 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 I think I need to be this way. I fell in a hole. Oh no. Oh. Okay. 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 I have to fight him again? Okay. 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 No, you're right, Silent. I don't know what it is about grinding in video games. I hate it. I should be getting all of the pee bags I see, but for some reason I just exploring and knowing where I need to go is just so much more beneficial to me right now. But like, come on, healing. Or not healing, leveling. Okay, okay, sir. Darn it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Why do you have full health? Why do you have full health? Hey, hey! What? Excuse me? Excuse me? That is not allowed! I thought I got something for hitting that thing. Okay, I was just curious. Alright, fine. Let's do this his way or the highway. That's stupid that he gets his health back. Like, that's so dumb. You're just as surprised? Is that what you mean, Kevin? Hello, Marius! I'm doing well. You know, I would do splendid if this boss didn't freaking heal himself. That's cheating. That's cheating. Big Cheeto. Flaming hot Cheeto. See? Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Stop throwing stuff. You can't hide! That's not fair! Oh, I can't do thunder. Stop going over there! Okay, I killed him. I don't need this stupid key. Oh! Oh! I got a cross. Oh. I get it now, Silent. Oh, what the heck does a cross do? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. That's just me speaking out loud. Okay, well, we found the item. We found the item, chat. Now, the question is the boss, I'm pretty sure. I think, there has to be a boss here. You got the power of Christ on your side. What is the quote? I got anime and God on my side. Was it God and anime or anime and God? You should reflect on your strategy going forward. Okay, let's reflect. Okay, let me talk this through, okay, chat? Don't correct me if I'm wrong, but oh, God and anime? Okay. Okay, so I have a cross, and usually demons don't like the cross, so I'm guessing the boss is a giant demon, and I have to use the cross on him. How to get to him is another story. There was 2 areas full of lava pits that maybe God will help me and float me. Maybe I can walk on lava. That doesn't make any sense, but you know, there's 2 areas that have lava and there was like no way to get past it. So maybe he's either there, or I've also missed that one thing, that one area that I just kept going down and going down to the elevator instead of going across. Like, oh, there was an area I fell through the floor. Maybe that's where I need to go. Maybe. Let's just give it a shot, because I don't really know. Okay, I fell through the floor. No, this isn't it. Did I not save? Okay, well, that's not good. Oh well, I'm gonna have to keep going. Okay, this is okay, chat. This is okay. Okay. Wait, can I kill you with the... Can I kill ghosts with the cross? Is it gonna rain? Hold on, I'm trying to... Is it lava or is it water? And a red... It's a red background. It was not water. It was lava. It was the forbidden tomato soup. That's the only areas I could think I need to go, though. Because... But what the heck? This item doesn't make any sense. Was this item in the manual? Woo! This is fire. Platypus? Oh, no, not yet, not yet. I'm just talking out loud. Okay. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. And... Oh, darn it. How did I do that, chat? The heck? I got up there. How did I get up there? Okay, that's alright. Don't think about it, dude. I got up there. How did I do that? Can you charge a jump crouching? No, I wish we could. You can't do that. I don't think you can do that in Zelda 2. I mean, I need to have jump to be able to jump easily, so. How many lives do I have? I don't want to fight the boss again. Screw it. I'll just have to die. I don't have, there's no, I can't go anywhere. Okay. Ah! I hate this dude. Okay, I'm gonna have jump on. Took 3 damage, 4 damage. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I will fight this boss again. And then I need to save after I get the boss. I'm so mad at myself that I didn't save. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I have to save. Somebody remind me to save after, okay? This boss is easier than the random enemy. Honestly, yeah, kind of. I mean, as long as you knew what to do, like, it took me a bit to really understand what was going on with this boss. But obviously not the first time I fought him. Stop hiding over there like a little pansy. Oh, you're such a pansy. There you go. All right, we're gonna save. Okay, all right. Create save. Okay, we're good. Face me, coward! Hi, Hedwigin! Hello! Is that how we pronounce it right, by the way? Or do you prefer going by your real name? I think it's gonna rain here soon. I'm getting alerts, that's why. Pansy, I know, good pansy. Okay, let me save actually. Let me save after I get this. Get out of here. Aw, Zing! Thank you so much for sub-gifting! That was so sweet. Welcome to the Fairy family. Alerts for rain. Well, the thing is, I can't really tell it not to give me... I want tornado alerts. This app is really good for doing tornado alerts, but you can't, like, take off any of the other alerts. Like, it's like, all alerts or none, so... And having tornado alerts is what's up. So. Alright, let's go back. Let's do this, guys. I'll send you what I use. I like it, though. I like when it tells me when it's gonna rain, because I don't really pay attention to outside. So don't get me wrong, I actually like it. No! Didn't want to fall. I don't want to fall. I don't want to fall. I think I can avoid it. Okay, let's create... Do I want to use jump? Maybe I do need to use jump. Boing! 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 Oh no! Boing! Boing! Woo! Spicy! Oh no! I wonder if I can get away with it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's right there. But I wonder how big Hmm. Let's not try taking damage. Mario looks weird. He's very green today. He's matching his brother. Get out of here. You know what? Reflect on these. Oh, no. I don't want to waste so much magic. Maybe I should just be a fairy. But fairies cost a lot. You know what? I'll risk it for the biscuit. I'll risk it for the biscuit. Don't touch me! Are you kidding me? It still touched me! Okay, we'll go here then. No touchy. No touchy. If I see him, I'm gonna just go the opposite way. Haha. Haha. Sucker. Okay, we're here. Alright, now I gotta jump. Whee! Okay. Alright, we're here, chat. We're here. This is where I need to be, I think. I don't know. I need to get out of that area, though. So. Okay. Let's create a new save here. I have the item, so we're good. Oh, no. Oh, this is not good. I can't either. Without save states is like, oh, I'm totally gonna die here. Unless I don't die. Oh, unless I still get hit. Oh God. Oh. It's okay. We're fine. We're fine. I don't know where I am. This is the endless pit of doom. Oh man. Aw, Shrooms, thank you. Thank you, buddy. Oh, I forgot I didn't hide the bottom. I like doing that so then y'all can see. Hold on. Here we go. I forgot to do that earlier. Hi, Shrooms! How are you doing? Is this the new Dark Souls 4? Oh, a key. Wait, I have been here. I have. What? Yoink. Oh no, I have been here. I hate this. I hate this. Do I have to go? I can't remember what was the other way. We're gonna try it though. I hate this place. The passion. But if I can kill the heads. There we go. There we go. If I can kill the heads, then we're good. No! Yeah, I'm on Palace. This is Palace 6? This is Palace 7, I thought. I can't remember. Okay, one head down. Darn it. Okay, let's see if I can actually, like, hit them. Darn it! The stupid little spiky blue thing. I love how they just always run away. Do I want to create a spot? I think I do. This music though. 3-Eye Rock Palace. Yes, that's the one I'm on. Please, Kylie, that's just Sonic. What? Sonic? Okay, don't ask me. I need to fight that guy normally. Okay. I can fight that guy without taking any damage, chat. Watch. I got this. Yeah. I wonder. Oh, I can't shield. I have no magic. I'd probably just jump over him. Nope. I'm not gonna try it. I hate this guy. There we go. Not the best situation to be in, but a situation regardless. Wait. This doesn't look right. Wait, what? I thought I was going the right way. Can I use my cross? Oh wait, I have to use my fairy. Right? That's what I did last time, right? Crap, I have... No! Ah! Okay, I think... Okay, we're gonna have to ferry across. I have to die, though. I have no magic. My last health. Why did I take damage? No, sir. You do not take damage being a fairy. Let me save right here. I remember. Why did I think the cross I needed to... So stupid. My brain, man. Okay. Alright. Let's just take our time. Whew, okay, we did it. I'm on my last health, though, which doesn't make me feel confident whatsoever. Okay, there's a key. Oh, gosh darn it. Do I want to reset that? I do. I don't want to get hit by that. I think I've been here before. Did I ever go down that elevator? Wait. What? Oh, wait. This is the... Wait, is this the mini boss? That I killed, but I had reset it? Don't answer that. It's okay, chat. It's okay. Please don't get more experience or health after this. Please. No, he does, chat! I don't like this guy. Does he also hide off the screen? He has 1 more health. Yeah, reflect would be good. Got him! Look at that! Look! Ooh, so good. Ooh. But I think that's the mini boss. Look at that. Oh, wait, save. Let's save right here. I'm gonna go try to get that extra life if it's still there. Can I get it? Like, come on, let me see if I can just jump up there naturally before having to use jump. Oh no. I don't know if I can. I'm trying, hold on, chat. It's probably not possible, but okay, fine. Okay, alright. This is probably so dumb doing this. I forgot how many... Okay. This is so hard. I keep taking damage. Is this worth it? I don't think this is worth it. I feel like I basically sacrifice my only life just to get it. Granted, I do get 1 health, but... I don't know, maybe... I don't know, I'm gonna keep my save file here. I think I'm gonna keep my... Because if I, you know, run into something bad, then maybe I can go back and get it. Okay, do I go down? Let's see. Oh! There was a spot. Let's see if I can go. Ah! I don't know if that's where I need to be. Oh wait, maybe I can turn into a fairy. Haha! Sucker! Outplayed! I don't know if that's what I need to do, but I'm doing it. This is it. This is it. Why is there lava here? Nice curtains. Very nice curtains. I don't appreciate this. I don't Oh! Whoa! He looks so cool! I'm so gonna die, chat, but this is okay because He's so cool. Oh my god, what? It's a fire. It's a dragon. Let's see if I can use reflect. Oh, I can. Oh, darn it. Okay. I'm gonna have to be, I think, okay, so he can push me back. Cool. I figured out I can use reflect now. Kind of makes sense. Kind of. Okay, he doesn't automatically start over there. Okay, good to know. What? I thought I... Loopy, thank you for the 42 months! Hello! Why did you jump to the tomato soup? Because I was hungry, SNT, okay? I feel confident that I can do this, guys. I feel confident. I feel confident. I don't know how I first reflected his shots the first time. Okay, like that, I guess. Okay. I need to be like right in the middle of the platform, I'm pretty sure, to reflect. There's probably a better way to do this, but this is just how I'm gonna do this for now. I could probably jump on his head. Oh, I missed him. Darn it. Let's see. I'm thinking reflect is the best way of just taking the least amount of damage. Oh, darn it. I was wanting to jump on his head. No! I need to do more damage. What if I just shield? Okay, no, that doesn't work. This is assuming this isn't just my shield blocking it naturally. I'm assuming it's not. Can I? Oh, okay. Darn it. I'll create a save file where I don't have to keep reflecting after. Okay, the top one has reflect on, the bottom save slot 3 doesn't. Also, give me a second. Let me rest my finger real quick. I know I didn't die on this boss the way I did it. Wait, what? Hi, Hell. How are you? Hi, guys. Everybody, I'm missing your hellos. I hope you're having a good day. Hello. What in the world? I gotta rest my fingies. Y'all have no idea how much toll this has on my fingers. Okay, alright. We already used reflect, so. Alright. I feel like I'm doing good. I just have to be careful with my positioning. Okay, we hit him twice. Okay, oh, here we go. Okay, 1 health bar down. He gives me a ton of time to hit him. Who knows what his, like, Super Saiyan ability is gonna be. Oh, darn it, I missed. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have moved there. Oh, darn. He's probably gonna go faster, is what I'm suspecting. Okay, I get hit when I do that. Has to be in the middle. Zelda 2 speedrun to win? I want to meet the person who can speedrun this game, and I want to watch because I'll be so amazed. Like how amazing. I shouldn't be taking damage this early on. Oh, darn it. Aw. Man, it's like super like frame perfect where you have to stand. I don't appreciate that. Don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate you. What? I was standing. What? I was standing where I need to be. It's probably on YouTube, the speedrun. Probably. Probably gonna go need that other health. Oh, I'm gonna need to go get that other life, aren't I? Oh, fine. How do I do this, though? I also waste magic trying to. I'm thinking maybe I fight this guy first. I suck at fighting. If I was better at fighting these guys, I could probably do this easily, but I can't. I wish I had like thunder. My thunder spell. I could use reflect, maybe. Hi, Chrono. Okay, let's try to use reflect after. But then I don't have reflect against the boss. Wait, that's so stupid. I don't need to use reflect. That's fine, Zang. It's okay. Don't get discouraged. You got this. Thanks. Does any of you guys have helpful tips on how I should fight this guy? Should I even... You know what? This is so stupid. I don't think I need the life, because even if I were to get it, I will be so dead coming out of it, right? Yeah, platypus. Oh, I guess oh wait, can I just wait. Can I just fight him like that? Hold on. Let's get him over here and then do that. Come here. Come here. Come here. It's probably not worth it. How much? Oh, okay, it's not worth it. The life is worth it. It refills your magic. Does it? Oh, darn it. Is this how I should kill him? Jump and attack his head. I do, but then he gets angry and then he shows all his swords and stuff to me. See? I have to like hit him so many times. And then the stupid DVDs come into play, and that's not very nice. How is that worth it? I don't feel like that's worth it at all. Because then I get to the boss and then I have... It replenishes magic and life, but then my life just dies. Those bubbles can be killed. Can they? Doesn't feel like they can. Is it really only 20 minutes? Oh god, that just makes me feel horrible. Wait, I can't even get to the boss. Okay, alright. Screw this nonsense. I can't. Darn it, it would be nice to have an extra life coming into this fight, but I can't. I can't do it. Okay. Or at least it's not worth it in my mind. Okay. How do I fight this boss? Okay, that was rude. I have Reflect on. There's gotta be some other stuff I can do. I'm trying to like get on top of his head and like just bounce on him. Maybe if I could just guess right. No. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try to guess right. It's gonna be this one! This one! No! Jump is better than Reflect. Is it? It is less magic. Kylie, don't use Reflect. Save and use Jump one. Okay. Alright, let me... Wait. Okay. Let's get in there first and then jump. Okay. Alright. Jump. Maybe... Oh wait, I can hit his head then. Can't I? Okay. This is me trying things. Okay. I even could just jump for my life too, I guess. Okay. I gotta get the hang of it. Oh. Look at that! It's not necessarily what I... Oops, did not mean to do that. It's not doing amazingly, but this is okay. This is a start to something good. And if I could, like, get lucky at, like, the very beginning... Oh. What was that? Hi, King Juve. We're learning. We are. Oh, I could use shield. Good thinking. Jump and shield. Oh, I just go into the... Okay. Let's use jump and shield. Okay. I'll save next time, I think. Oh man, I go right into the tomato soup. Yeah, I'm gonna save right after I do this, so I don't have to keep doing it. Okay. Darn it. Well, I'm taking less damage, kind of. Oh, well, that was stupid. Okay. Ugh. Oh, okay. Kyla's trying to kill herself. I'm not trying to kill myself on purpose. I'm just trying to kill the dragon. Oh. The deaths are good content, though. Is it, though? Ooh. That was some good hits, chat. I don't know why. Oh my gosh, my fingers got stuck. Oh no. I think I have an idea. I like him coming on this platform. Just kidding. Oh my god. Sorry, my fingers are getting sore. Okay, come on. Aww. He misses me when I do that, so he can just stay over there. Darn it, my health is so low. I hate hearing that sound. Aww. Sometimes I can just keep Pogo on his head. Sometimes I can't. I didn't even try to attack him on the far left side. When he's like right here, yeah. Way to stab that dragon thing! Thank you, TTS. Oh, that was bad. Darn it. Ah. No. Hi, Gift World! Look, I'm on the boss of this palace. It's hard. My fingers hurt. Oh no, I fell in the lava. Okay. Stay on top of his head. or just sink to the bottom. Came in just in time to see you die. Shut up. Oh my god. Stop bouncing on my head. I like to bounce. No! How many times am I allowed to bounce on his head? Am I hitting the ceiling? Is that why? Guess not. Maybe I'm only allowed to do 2. Two to 3, yeah. I'm gonna stick with just the 2 then. Oh, hello. I hit him up instead of down. Oops. Could have gotten an extra hit there, but okay. Oh, chat. Oh my god. Ah, darn it. I could have gotten another hit there. You have to be on top of the hitbox. No, what was I doing? Why is this so difficult? You just jumped and slashed. Oh, you didn't even try to like jump on his head? I like jumping on his head. Though I have to admit, I feel like I have less control. I do feel like I take less damage though, if I hit his head. I say that as I take damage. Darn it, I try to get there early. Darn. Y'all are saying just hit him in the head? You can always say it because Llama broke your Switch controller. Dang it, Llama. I feel like jumping on his head is the easier way. I just gotta get a little bit better. No, I fell. Ah, darn. Can you sword him in his body? No, he doesn't take damage in his... You would think, but no. don't know why I'm... My controlling... Whoa! That was 4 hits. Oh my god. Wow, that was 4 hits. My thumbs are killing me. How get close and hit the head before he goes down? Yeah, you can do that. Just trying my best to... I'm just trying my best. Adding things on top of what I'm doing is hard enough. Thank you, Silent. Save after getting perfect hits? It's okay. Not bad though, but... maybe I could save now that I think about it. I'll just overwrite that. I don't need to do that. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe it was a good... Yay! Jump into lava. You don't want to do that. Why is my button pressing so bad? I think I get used to like one direction for so long and it just doesn't, it's not good. See, yeah. I'm so good at this direction. Like going this way. Not this way. See? Okay, I'm just gonna avoid him. Maybe he'll come over here. He listened. He listened to me. Come over here. Oh my god. I know, he's so close. He has only 3 bars left. Okay, screw it. I'll just try. Oh. Yeah, chat. 1 more bar. I think I figured out the secret to this. I just gotta play up my strengths. Don't let him trick me into fighting something else. Or finding a different direction. Save? Okay. Alright. Oh. Oh, wow, you only needed 1 more hit! I did not like that boss. My fingers hurt. Yay! Next palace is done! And we got a cross. Yeah, the trick is the save points. Agreed. My life will go up. Okay. Life 7. Yeah, boy! Alright. We did it, chat. We did it. Let's celebrate by going to the restroom. Yay! All right, hold on, give me a second. Sorry there was no music, but I would be hit by monsters. Okay, chat. Hold on, I want a Rice Krispie treat as a reward. I reward myself. Hallelujah. I wonder. I'm just gonna try out one little thing real quick. I'm just gonna give it a shot. I wonder if my cross... Oh! I can see them now! I knew they were ghosties. Okay. That makes me think that... Well, I already know where the next area should be. It probably is where... It's probably in the land of the graveyard. Ooh, look at that. Oh. Oh, darn. I thought I was gonna be able to survive. That was so good. Ooh, I'm gonna save, though. That was really good. I'm going to the land of the graveyard. All right. I see the ghosts now, at least. Now I know. I can't really avoid them. Wait, am I... Oh, here we go. Oh god, I remember taking so much damage. This is not good. That's not good at all. Ah! Okay, fine. I don't know how to fight those dinosaur guys. Darn it, I got hit. Ooh, that was pretty good. Just getting to the last palace is kind of a pain. Uh-huh. I can sense it. I hate these little guys. Ooh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you. They're placed so perfectly. Here we go. Oh, hey. Why is Alex's thing still showing? That's weird. Oh, is he streaming right now? Oh, that's probably why. Hold on, let me delete that. Alex's alert still on my stream because he streamed from my computer yesterday. And you're doing a sponsored stream. And I needed to borrow my, uh-oh. I needed to borrow my computer. Ah! I don't like you at all. I'm gonna keep trying this to see if I can get as far as I can without taking any damage. Oh no. Of all the ones I hit. Oh, there we go. Okay, that one's not so bad. It's not amazing, but it's not great. It's not bad. Okay, how do I... Let's see. Thunder! Get out of my face! No! Okay, maybe I shouldn't waste that much magic. What about fire? Success! Oh no! No! Oh! That's one way of doing things. Let's see, maybe... What do I want? Reflect, maybe? I don't think reflect would be what I want. Hello, Boo! If you outpace his blocking, that's how you beat him the normal way. Oreo. Oh, wow. I'm struggling. No! No! What am I trying to do? Oh, no, not another one! No! It was so close! If there is not a village coming up, I'm gonna be so mad. Cause I gotta heal after this. There's like no way. Oh. They take my experience away. I don't really care about that.
Close but no cigar, R.I.P.
R.I.P. I know. Man, this one's not fun. This is not a fun one. At least I can see them now, but seeing them does like nothing for me. Like, if they just came near me and touched me, then that would be like great. No. Maybe I can just kill them. Nope. I hate this so much. If only I saved in a better spot. The fact that this guy exists, oof. Wait, no, not jump, I meant life. Oh, ooh. No! I can like get past them. I can get past that one dinosaur guy. But how? Oh man. Dang it, what does spell do? Does spell do anything? Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Alright. I'll rather like that. To do nothing to him, though. Oh, man. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah, chat. Look at that. No! Get out of here. Yeah, nobody likes you. Okay. I'm gonna have to use jump next. Jump is my next one. When you think you're good, chat, but you're not good. What a meanie. Huge meanie. No, I missed one! Got him! Got all four. Don't touch me. Ah! Oh my god, I did it! Whoa! Okay, we're good. How many more is in here though? That's the real question. I don't even know where I'm going. You gotta be kidding me, chat. You gotta be kidding me. I'm gonna save every little bit that I can go. I want to know what's over here. Oh. Okay. Something. Don't really... I mean, it's nice. Not gonna complain. I'm gonna complain. I don't like this place at all. Ah, sucker. You saw that I saw that coming. Well, I didn't. Blasted. No, I have no more magic. Just take my experience away. You don't have to take anything else. I hate you so much. Fine. Oh, I hate this. Oh my god. Oh. This is so horrible. My fingers. I didn't know this game could be... I mean, I kind of figured it was gonna be hard to get to the last palace, but like, not like this. Okay, alright. No! I can do this, thank you. Taking unnecessary damage. I like the idea of being able to not die. Darn it, I'm trying to get past this so I don't have to fight. The walk to the palace was harder than the rest of the game. It is. Who? Yeah, I'm gonna name, who did this to me? Why do you put me through so much pain? I can't even heal myself. Come here. Come here. Ah! Yeah! Thanks, Christy. How many lives do you have? 1. Mine. The one that I have right now. Here. Oh, well, darn it. I'm gonna save after I kill this guy. Okay. You have to do this little by little. I might have to come back here. There we go. I'm trying to get this one to come out. You're moving too fast. Ah! Oh my god! Come here. Fight me, you little brat. I wanna try to see how far I can go with just 1 health, and then obviously I'm gonna have to come back. Can't even use reflect! I have to go this way. Man, it's when I least expect it. What's going on? What? Oh my god. It's like they bully me. Come down here. Stop it! You're not allowed to hit me at the same time is the other one? That's forbidden! No! Why is there so many? Oh my god! This is just brutal. And you have to go through these? By the time I even get to like the last area, like this is, oh my god, this is just like unreal. I'm gonna waste all 3 of my lives just going through this area. I'm gonna get to the palace. I'm gonna have like a slither of health. And then it'll be like, hey, what's up? I want to see where this freaking palace is. I want to know. I need to get past this. Oh! Oh, I hate these little blue things. If I had more magic, I could just keep like spell. Aw, man. Oh, look at that. Dude, you gotta die. You gotta... Oh. I like being able to just... Doop, 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 doop. Oh, nope. Okay. Aw, man. I refuse to give up, chat. I know I could do this with better, like, with more lives, but I'm refusing. I refuse. I gotta get to the palace. Ah, my eyes. Dying, chat. You know what I should do? I should hit him once. Never mind. I was gonna hit him once like this and then attack him, but that doesn't work. Is there anything else I can do? Just jump my way to victory. I wish I could fairy. Die! Die! Darn it. Oh, did you see that, guys? Oh, Pog. I should have shielded. I should have shielded. Oh my god! Okay. Can I actually make this without using jump? Oh, I can! I see the palace. I see it. It's like I can taste it. I hate you. Oh, I'm like so close to avoiding that. Oh. Wow. I am like in shock with how they treat their players. Like, who in their right mind would be like, yeah! This makes so much sense to where the last palace should be. In a very hard to reach location. That is just more painful than the actual game itself. Like, I am in shock. How long is this cave? Okay, I think this is pointless. I can't tell if it's worth it for me to go out like this. Boy, maybe I should just do jump. Oops. Should I get there or should I just like not? I don't know. Stay strong, I believe. I'm not believing. At all. I chose not to save Hyrule. I don't blame anyone. No. My fingers hurt. Doing this for you, chat. Can't say I don't ever do anything for you. Playing this blasted game. Okay. Save. Little by little. Oh. I can jump over those, right? Yeah! No! Aw, what? I I had so much damage on him. Oops. Wear some gloves. I don't think gloves would help. You chose to, not us. Everybody was really excited about the event. I don't know. It's okay. No! Hold on, I'm just checking some stuff. Trying to see if I can avoid. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not again. Not again. There's a— oh! There's a red one? Were they always red? I don't think they were always red. I wonder if I can, he doesn't have a helmet on. No. But it looks like it would be okay. Yeah. Darn it. The red ones use clubs. I have no chance. I got so close. I wonder if I could use fire. He's not even taking any damage. Fairy? I don't have enough for fairy. I don't even have enough for spell. Fire is so useless. It really is. My only salvation is to just go past him. And that's not even oh! He fell! Interesting. Darn. I'm trying to, like, catch him when I... Darn. No. I don't know what to do, chat. I think my only thing I can do is attempt to go past him and then pray for the rest of the way, because there's probably gonna be like 50 more of these dinosaurs. The fact that I can't kill him makes me so angry. Oh. 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 What was that? What? I am shooketh. I am shooketh. I am le shooketh. These things keep coming back, though. Oh, not another one. Well, if I can manage to do what I did last time, then we're good. Good job. No secrets. No thank you. No, no platypusing right now, guys. And if you're wondering, like, what the heck? What is she talking about? Anytime I say platypus, that means I want help from chat. For those that are new. Oh my god, am I actually doing this? What in the world's going on, chat? I remember I can do this. Okay. And jump! Let's start from back here. Run, 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 run. Ah! Nope. And I can do this. I can do this. I did it before. I can do it again. Less magic I have to use, the better. Oh! Yeah. Gotta yell louder. It worked. No! No! Oh, can I not jump on them? I gotta figure out. There's a red one right after this dude. Honestly, if I could, I don't know. We're just gonna have, palace is right there, guys. The palace is literally right there. It's right there. I can taste it. It's right there. It tastes like cherries. Ah. Let's see. Can I duck? Can I duck them? Nope. Okay. No! What? Wow. That was funny. I got like stuck. I need to like, I wonder if I can fight this guy like normally. I don't know. No, there's no way. I have to skip both of them in order to go. I need like a miracle right now. I need like a freaking fairy to like just spawn over here. Like please, almighty fairy. Like please, I need you. I need a fairy so bad. I don't think there will be one. I need to like somehow like get both of them over here without taking any damage. Yeah, I know, even fairies are like, no, thank you. So close, yet so far. And who knows what's after this. I wonder, jumping? Nah. Shielding. No. If I could get the blue guy to go away somehow. Some way, somehow. Or like beat him. Maybe life? I can't afford life. It's too much magic. I have no magic. Like, look up there. Like, I'm pretty sure I can try it. Yeah, I can't. Too bad he only had, like, if he only had, like, a certain number of maces. Like, oh, that would be so nice. Maybe I could kill the red one. Hold on, my finger hurts. I wish I could kill him. I'm just not strong enough. Oh! Oh my god! I got it! Oh my god, I got it! Whoa! Whoa! This is crazy! I did it! Let's see how far I can get. Please save. Okay. We'll do 2 saves. Wow, we did it! Wow!
Last dungeon hype.
Last dungeon hype. Whoa, who are you? No. I can't survive like this though. Please, for all that's holy. I forgot. Didn't it say in the manual that I'm... No. Okay, it was so worth it getting to this place then. Oh my god. Oh my god, I have 3 lives. Oh. I have to announce to Twitter that I'm on the last palace. I can't believe it. I am on the last palace. I made it to the last palace! Ah! Okay, hold on. Okay, alright, I announced it on Twitter. Cookie break. Just for a little bit. Oh my god, that makes me so excited. Am I excited for Final Fantasy 16? Yes. This is twice the size of regular palaces. Oh, great. All is well. The fact I literally can start from here with 3 heart. Okay. Okay. All right. The game, I take it back. Anything negative I said about the people that made this game, I take it back. Kind of. But it's nice to know that they let me resume from here. Instead of like where Zelda is, where she's sleeping. You're right, it is different music. Nah, kawaii. Well, maybe it will. We'll see. Okay. Are those fireballs? So, oh man. Whoa, the fire moves. Okay. This guy's a little difficult. We're gonna keep going, but we're gonna go this way. We'll see what's over here. It looks like it's made out of gold. Gold dungeon. Wait, what? Wait, what? Can I not? I can't dodge those? The heck? It's rude. Never mind, we'll go this way. Oh, look at that, chat. No damage. What is this? I don't think I need it. Oh, that's not very nice. Wait, what? No. Why do these take so much damage? What the heck? That makes no sense to me. They take so much. What? Oh my god, they're back. Okay, I'm gonna use jump, I think. Haha, suckers. Okay. Left or right, chat? Don't tell me where. Well, actually, I take it back. I take it back. I'll choose. I'll choose. Y'all probably know where to go. Never mind. Thank you, though. Oh, hello, Rebecca! Thank you. Oh, wait, wasn't I here before? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Not again. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's not good. I wonder if I have to use my jump here. I need to figure out exactly which tile it makes me go down. Okay, it's that one. Okay. It might have to use jump, but I'm gonna see if I can try not to. Oh. Okay, let's create a new save. I'm so close. It tastes like gold. Let's try to go this way. What's this way? Never mind. I like the music in this dungeon. I'm gonna have to fight. Oh wait, no. I was gonna say I have to fight Ganon. That doesn't make any sense. No. King Mida's palace. Am I supposed to know, like, the name of the palaces? Okay, so it's the same spot. There's a jump there, Kylie. Besides, like, the number. No, don't push me back. Dang it, every time. Oh well, it's okay. I need to make sure there's no, like, hidden walls. Hi, Fernando. Hi, Game Dude. It's from the Greek mythology, so not Zelda. This is just the Great Palace. Okay. What'd you miss? We finally beat that last palace, and we got to the final dungeon. Or the final palace, and oh boy. So I gotta say how tremendous this is. Oh my god. Oh, this is tricky. I'll take it. That's great. Was it hard? Oh my god, it was horrible. Just getting to the palace was horrible. Alright, let's see what I can do here. I have to kill them. Can I... Suckers! Yay! Yeah, I think the most hardest thing I had to do was get to this palace. And maybe some of the other bosses. Aw. Do I have the spell on? Okay, I do. Run and hit! Ah. No! I am not taking damage from the likes of you! Oh. What's going on? Sometimes I have to, like, open up that menu just for the game to realize or to recognize what I'm doing. Haha. Ganon derp. I wouldn't be fighting Ganon because the only way that Ganon is alive is if I'm alive. Hey. It was so slow too. What? Or if Ganon is... If I'm dead, then Ganon is alive. So as long as I just stay alive. Okay, man, there's a lot of directions. Let's keep going down. I wish I could dodge that. Okay, it looks like I have to use my fairy up here. Oh no. Ooh. So You never know, chat. You never know. Okay. Darn it. I thought I was gonna be super clever and be like, haha, hidden wall. I found the boss. I found the boss. What? Or not. Aww. Who are you? Ah! Dang it. If they did fool me. Hi, CB. Uh-oh, my internet. 1 second, my internet is going hiccup. I missed a few streams. How far along is she? I'm on the last palace. Okay, let me update my title. What is it? Is it just called the Final Palace? Final Palace. Can't believe I got this far. How many playable games are currently there in the entire series? Oh man. Good question, Miss K. The Great Palace. Oh, great. The Great Palace. Great Palace. Okay, hold on. Let me fix my title. Okay. How many are there? There's definitely more than 12. Oh my god! Chat! Oh my god! No way! What? Oh! Don't give up your dreams, guys. Wait. What? Okay. Oh my god! That makes me so happy. Okay, I saved, right? Okay. I don't know if this does anything, but... Okay. It doesn't. I thought I could get, like magic or something. Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. Nobody told me that at all. I didn't read up any guide or anything for that. Oh! I knew it! Oh, I'm getting good at this game. Kind of. Fighting, not so much, but... pretty amazing. Thank you, Fernando. Wonders if there are other secrets and elevators and other dungeons. You know what? Maybe. I didn't try. For some reason, it was the blocks that it was just all down, like, what am I even saying? I thought there was something suspicious. That's all. And I was right. What? I'm just trying to avoid. Haha, yoink. Sucker. I have no idea where I am, chat. I don't think I could get back where I was. Man, I thought I was near the boss with those curtains. Don't let those curtains fool you, chat. Dumb. Whoa! A big jelly man! Oh, I killed him. I'm gonna redo, but I want to see if they drop anything. Man, how much health do they have? They drop any magic? Oh, they do. Okay, let's do that again. Giant jelly man! That's so cool. Does he have a mustache? Is that what that is? Is that a mustache, chat? Is that a mustache? Or wings, maybe? Maybe eyeballs? With eyelashes? It's like a mom jelly. Hi, Frog! Thank you so much for 5 months! Long time no see! Hello! Where's the mushroom? I think it was the white little squiggly thing. How are you doing today, Frog? Hello. I wonder if there's another jelly man. No? Okay. Oh, no. I don't like this guy. I dodged that. I don't want to do too many saving. Ugh! That's not very nice. No. Come here. Get out. What a mean dude. He jumps so high. Hi, Vesper. Ah! No! What? You I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna try to get more health. I'm gonna try not to take as much damage as I did with the Jelly Man. Still can't believe I found that. I'm in shock, guys. Utter shock. We're gonna redo it. Hi, Steven. Did y'all check out Final Fantasy 16 trailer? Are you talking about like the one during the whoop. See if I can get past this guy. The one during when it was first announced, or no? Oh. Dang it, I'm not close enough. Am I close enough? I'm not. Darn it. I don't think there's a way to get around that. Okay. Oh no! I need to figure out how I got the red drink. What? What is this? This blasphemy. He wasn't there last time. Jerk. What? Did y'all hear 14 is getting an expansion called Shadowbringers? Wow, really, Nova? I wonder what the next expansion is gonna be called. Legit. Like, I'm curious. Okay, this is where Big Jelly Man lives. We're gonna go say hi, sell some Girl Scout cookies. Would you like some Thin Mints? Nope, nope, nope. You don't want no Thin Mints. I know what he wants. Those tag-alongs. Yeah, see, he likes those tag-alongs, guys. Okay, we're taking too much damage, though. Oh. Oof, my hand. My fingers are gonna fall off by the end of this game. I wonder if I can just slightly poke him instead of jumping on him. Try not to take any damage. I used to take quarters to do that. Quarters? Oh, for other game? Oh, are you talking about me playing this? No. Man, if it took quarters doing this, I'd be so dead. I'd be broke. These guys have so much health for choo-choos. Reloading the game, yes. Quarters upon quarters. Why does it always hurt me? Trying to hit him without him hurting me. What in the world? They got stuck in the block. Come Come on. Why are you taking so much damage? Oh, what? Why the refresh? What do you mean, why the refresh? I'm trying to get past a lot of these areas without taking lots of damage. Hence why I keep restarting. No. And I don't want to take damage from these little blue guys. These blue guys are like easy to kill compared to some of these other things that I have to fight. Also, there's some stuck in the little wood or the gold area. Come over here. Fire? We could try it. I'd rather not waste any magic though. Okay, let's give it a shot. I'll save before. I mean, it's nice because it does, like, far distance. I guess it's fine. But it doesn't give me that much magic back if I do this. Maybe I will. What? It only gave me a pea bag this time? Dumb. That's so dumb. I want a blue magic. Oh well, I guess we didn't waste that much. Wait, what? He's back? What? What? He's back? With more? What? Oh my god, please die before he respawns again. Darn it, you made me lose health. Okay, we're out of here. Not worth, man, not worth. I honestly feel like I should probably have just jumped over them and kept going. They always respawn. I guess. Oh no. I guess that could be a good way to... That could be a good way for me to keep, like, grinding out some magic, maybe. They just take a long time. My trick is to not fight these guys, just jump over them. They're, like, totally new. I've never seen these guys in my life. So I guess they're only for this palace. They take so much... They do so much damage. Okay, let's shield. Wait, what? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. No. No! No damage. Fine. Dumb. Fine. Fine. Alright, let's let this little guy come out. There we go. Okay. Whew, this one's gonna be a little tricky. Severe threat tonight. Wow, that sounds scary. Why did I get that as an alert? Okay. Severe threat tonight. That was the weatherman. Let's see you jump this high, punk. Yeah, you can't, can you? Huh! 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 Water tornado incoming. Oh no! Oh no! I gotta escape as fast as I can, chat. Oh no, this is not good at all. Oh, he just follows you. What the heck? How the heck do you do this? I wish I had bombs I could just throw down. You know? Didn't work. I thought maybe using a spell would work. We'll try to use jump. Didn't work. Thunder, I don't have enough money or money. I don't have enough magic for it. Holy cow, the dungeon, or the damage he does is for real. I wonder if I should go back and get some more magic. Like, it's that bad. Crap, I didn't save. Ugh. Oh wait, I didn't even do jump. Let's do shield and then jump. Please leave me alone, sir. I hate that I take this unnecessary damage right at the beginning. Oh. Ooh, I did damage. I wonder if I could kill him. No. This game keeps testing my limits. Ah! Freedom! Haha! I did it! Ah! Yeah. Okay. Oh, do I have to jump here? Oh! Oh!
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you, White. I wonder if it's worth that. Like, is it worth getting it now using the fairy? How much life did I had before? Or magic? Okay, it wasn't even that much more. I wonder if I should... No, because I have to use jump. Will the platforms respawn if you leave the room? I don't know. Let me try. Oh, they do. I wish I could just jump here, jump like up there automatically. I don't know what the trick would be for this. I wish you could wall jump. Can't wall jump in this game. I did it the first time. Why didn't I do it the first time? I have to hit both of the blocks. Do I use Streamlabs OBS? No. Oh, good point, very serious. If I can manage to do it again, then I'm gonna try that. Ah, you're so smart. And then I can just do jump. Yeah, look at that. Oh no. Darn it, I shouldn't have saved. Oh well. Unless... No, I'm not going back there. Oh, darn. Okay. That was kind of all of a waste. Wait, what's this? What's over here? Why is that a thing? Why is this a thing? Okay. Not the best, but... What? 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 What is this? This doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, maybe I have to go up again? I wish you could just jump here automatically. I guess I need to be a fairy twice? That's a lot of magic. What? Am I in a dead end? What? It is possible? Interesting. Am I at a dead end, chat? Maybe there's a hole. This is me just double checking. Okay. Don't ask. Womp womp womp. It's the wrong way. Oh, platypus. Is it really the wrong way? All of this was to a dead end. You have to work your way up to a correct path. Okay. Well, then let's go all the way back to the beginning. If that was the path of taking me the wrong way, then I'm just not gonna go that way. We're gonna go back this way. I hate you. Okay, let's redo that so I can just save. Nope. No, thank you, Mikkel. I think I'm good. Welcome to the Discord, Fernando. Leave me alone forever. This is where actually, let me see if I can get here without taking any damage. Makes me so mad that I see the curtains and the game is like, ha 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 ha. It is not the boss. You thought it was, but it is not. Jerk. Jerk, 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 jerk. Yes, we did it. Yes, we did it. The game debated me. Yes, they did. Look at that. But the thing is, like, I saw these masks, these guys, and I was like, nah. I was like, nah, there's no way. Oh, come on. Got how to walk past these guys. I don't think I would attempt it, and why? I would never attempt this game if I didn't have save states. I think this game, I mean, I could do it. It would just take a very long time. And since my goal is to play all of the Legend of Zelda games, all of them, and I'm only on the second one, I feel like I would need to have like an event just to play Zelda 2. And that would take months. But I'm trying to finish all the Zelda games in 2021, so I need that time. Am I playing this on PC? No, I'm playing this on my Switch. Let's see if there is another secret. I did this last time. I didn't find anything, but I can't believe I was shook last time that I found something. Okay. Well, wait. Let's go. No? Okay. Wait. Secret? No? Okay. No! He's still stuck down there. It just gets aggravating. Yes. I beat it twice without save states. You could do a time. Thank you. Yeah, you just have to have wait. What? I thought he was stuck at the bottom. You just have to have the Switch Online, then you download NES and the SNES. Fall. I want you to fall. I don't like you throwing fire at me. Don't like the fire, chat. How many? I don't know how many times. Is there a way that the Switch will tell me how many times I've reloaded? Hold on, my finger hurts. Hold on, give me a second. Oh my god, Highway. Somebody's done that before, I know. Okay. Now the trick here is, where does one need to go if that was the wrong way? You know? I wasted magic going down that way. This is new. Where am I? Ah! Ah, I see! Okay. Okay. I wanna get to the area where I can make him fall down. If I can. Oh, he falls down over there. Somehow there was one time where he was already there. Okay. I didn't see another area to go to for that one area. I'll save after here. Yeah, and why? These games definitely didn't tell you exactly where you need to go. Okay, we're gonna save here. Let's go this way. Let's go this way, guys. Did I go that? Because if we go that way, I don't think that's a good way to go. This is where we came from. Oh man, at this point, I wish I just could start at the beginning. You know? Let's just check one more time. Let's just check one more time. Ow. Just one more time. Just double check. I crossed my T's, dotted my I's, you know. You know the drill. Oh. Oh. Okay, there's a hole right there. And then there was nothing over here, right? And nothing down here. And then if I fall, I don't want to fall. Okay. So it seems like this is the right way. Here's a spin point. Flexes are on par. What do you mean? Ah! Here, I'm gonna do jump. Achoo! Achoo! Oh man. I need one more. Oh no, it's not good. Ugh. Just follow the waypoint marker. Only there was one. Ah! You DVD things are so evil. Okay, let's save here. It's so frustrating going all that way just to realize that that wasn't even the right way. Wonder if I should just take the damage and... It's not the best. It's not ideal, but it's okay. Oh no. Oh, I think I know what I did last time. I just did this. That's what I did. Right. But then I'm wasting so much magic. I don't even think I can do it on this one now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This isn't good. I'm just trying to remember where I need to go. Ooh. 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 This is okay. I don't even... Oh. Yep. Okay. Alright. Is this the beginning? It's not. Okay. Alright. I need to just stick to a direction. Oh, right. This was the flaming fish, or I thought it was. Or it's just empty. That's weird. I don't know where to save anymore. Ah, at this rate, you'll save after every step. I'm trying not to do that. Ooh! Touching. Okay. Oh. Always gotta check this. Always gotta check that chat. Oh, hello. I wonder if I can I can attack the heads. Then there's like one less one to attack me. Or I just run for it. Oh no, I got to. Oh. Hold on, I have a better idea. Might not work though, but I'm gonna try it. Aw, darn. I need to wait for both of them to be here, and then I'll do spell. Okay, well, one down. Haha! What? Another one? What? They keep coming? Okay, maybe it's not gonna work. Alright, hold on. I gotta use the restroom real quick. 1 second. Hold on. I'm back. All good. Let's see if that I can get past this part. Hopefully. Ooh, smooth. Okay, so we got the blocks and we got the heads. I feel like maybe I can... No. It's so hard. Every time... Oh, we did it! Okay, I took way too much health though. No! Why do you exist? I should have saved after. Wow, Pain! Thank you, Pain, for the 5 gifted subs! Thank you, Pain! Princess, Mighty, Grego, Fist, and Otegi. Welcome to the fairy family, guys. Thank you, Pain, for sub gifting to those wonderful people. It's very sweet of you. How are you doing today? I am excited for you to play Link's Awakening. Me too! Me too! I would love to play that game. Oh darn, I thought I could avoid it. I couldn't. No! Ah! Ah! Okay, we gotta heal. Oh, or not. Oh man, I wish there was an easier way to do this. They jump so high and they follow you. So it's like, you can't win. You can never win, chat. Okay, let me just... I could keep using this spell on 2 of them, but then even if I use this spell, it's not perfect. They'll keep coming. Okay. Alright, let's create one right here. Oh, I don't like this guy. I just want to run away. Here, I'll shield. Run! What? No! He's chasing me everywhere! Freak me out! Ugh! Stalker! Is there anything here? No. There's no... Oh. Ooh, there's two long corridors. Come on, give me another fairy. You know you want to. Game. Fine. Okay, let's see. This way or this way? I don't see anything. Okay. Oh, here. We're gonna fight this guy. We're gonna fight him. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not gonna fight him. We're gonna shield. And then fight him. Oh, you're fire nonsense. Oh, you are such full of nonsense. Maybe we should heal. We'll heal. I have yet to figure out how the best way to fight this guy is. Oh, what? Okay, that was weird. Ah! I don't know if I like that. I'm gonna try again. Can I use spell on him? No? Okay. Can I reflect fire? Oh, I can. Ooh. But is it worth it? Maybe if I can just jump over him instead? I'm trying to figure out what would be the best way to go. I feel like life is always the best way to go. Okay. It's not the best, but it's not terrible. Okay, that's terrible. Okay. If I can, like, jump in there with no fire on me, that would be ideal. Man, that fire goes so far. Why? That totally looks like I make it. And the fact that the fire goes towards me is so rude. Rude. So rude. Okay, I'm just gonna have to take a hit. Or take 2. Okay, screw it. I'm saving here. There's like no way. I just have to take that damage. No. Okay. Alright, alright. This is not good. But it's okay. This is me trying to figure out where I gotta go. Come here! I rather would not like to take damage from you. Thank you.
I was cleaning my room today and found your 7-year streamiversary postcard. It made me happy finding that.
Aw, you found it, Willis? Oh no. Not another one of these guys. Oh no. This is not good. I can't even use a shield. Oh, there's no way. I gotta die. I gotta die. There's no way. Oh, I wish there was easier way to kill those guys. No! If only I could like escape. Fairy. Thunder. Thunder! Hear my plea! I'm gonna keep trying just a little bit longer. The fact that he goes all the way. Alright, whatever. Why can't they reset me to the other area? Why are you not dead? Thank you. It's probably not the best route to take. Stop chasing me! I hate you so much. Thunder. Die! It didn't even kill him! Are you kidding me? What about I can't use spell? Oh no. Okay, well I might as well not take damage doing that. They see me rolling. Whoa! Pain! They think I'm trying to ride so dirty. Think I'm riding dirty. They think I'm riding dirty. They think I'm riding dirty, but I'm just regular dirty. Pain! What the heck? 25 gifted subs? Holy guacamole! Welcome, guys! That's a lot! That's a lot of subs. I love this song. No, don't take damage from that, Kylie. Okay, alright. We're saving here. I could fight him, but I'm not talented. Nee, 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 not again! Whoa, what is that thing? Whoa, mega DVD! This is a mega DVD! Oh my god. Oh, mega DVD. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna start at the beginning. I don't feel like I'm even getting... Well, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. This is so hard. My hands are cramping. Alright. I guess I should try to go as far as I can with as much health as I have. But like, oh, it's so devastating to see like all the stuff that's in your way that even if I'm getting to the right spot, I only have this health left. You know? It's devastating. Unless I find a doll. You know? How's the last palace going? It's okay. It is rather large and I've already been, whoa. I've already been, hold on, I can't talk and fight at the same time, clearly. I've already been to a dead end is what I'm trying to say, and it sucks. I don't know how to dodge that guy. Leave me alone! Holy cow! Give me a fairy. I saw a little blue guy jump off, so it made me feel safe. Haha, suckers. Yes, keep falling off to your death. Haha. I needed a map? Yeah, I don't blame you. Oh my god! Oh my god! I found a doll! I found a doll! Ooh, hold on, I need to relax my hands real quick. A voodoo doll. I love that. I love that. Is it? And look, I don't even have to fight like crazy for it either. What? My finger hurts. This is her arthritis? No, it's just the D-pad. I think even as kids, you guys probably had this issue. Right? We stand. Yeah! It looked like a little link, so it must be. Yeah, it is, because I have an extra life. It was his son. What is this? Is it a trick? It's not. Oh my god, I found a fairy. What? What? What is this? What kind of wonderful creation is this? What kind of wonderful creation gives me a life and a fairy? darn it, I'm gonna lose it. Let's see what's over. Let's see. I just want to do a little peek. Okay, nothing. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna fight this guy. I'm gonna fight this guy head on. Ha! No! Yes! No! Yes! Ah! Ah! I want to redo that. I'm gonna redo it. That's what you speak for. You're about to die. True. True. Let's reset. Let's save. And let's go. 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 Whatever. Oh, these guys are so rude. What is going on? Okay, no, I'm not taking the damage. I'm not. I should have also saved with this guy. No, I was doing so good. Oh well, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Haha! Oh! Did I fall in that giant hole? Oh, this looks different. Okay, hold on. Wait, what? What? How many was that? I was just trying to avoid the heads and, like, jump over them. Oh my god. Yeah! Oh crap, I should probably not have saved over that. Please don't be a dead end. Please don't be a dead end. Please don't be a dead end. Please. Oh, big mama. Oh god. Oh, what's over here? A dead end. Wonderful. I mean, I missed it by a long shot. What? She 100% the game? Wait, with Breath of the Wild? The NES controller D-pad is actually better than the Switch Pro Z-pad? Oh, really? Oh. Well, darn it. I did use an interactive map. I did. Okay, let's fight Jellyman. Okay. The NES controller is tiny. If it gives me magic, I'll be pretty happy. But the only problem is there's one up there, so I probably... Oh. It's bigger than the Joy-Cons, is it? Okie dokie. Okay. What's over here? Oh god, I'm scared. Oh, I have something in my eye. They've been sold out for months over here. For what? The Nintendo Switches? Whee! Whee! Well, I wanna see what's over here. Oh no, not these guys. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I saw there was a hole. I saw there was a hole. But I wanna see. I wanna see. I wanna see. Wait, this looks familiar. Whoa! Ah, Big Daddies! I just wanna see. No. Okay. It's okay. I'll be fine. I found a hole. Wait, where am I? Wait a second. Am I in a loop? Wait. I'm not. Ooh. Ooh. What is this? Whoa! Fire everywhere! I don't even know how to damage them. Here, let me just try to figure out how to damage them, chat. Don't say anything, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Hold on. Maybe I can jump into and control him. Like, you see how he has no head? Maybe I can jump into his head. You know? Unless that... I'm just trying. Okay. I can't use thunder. Ooh! Spell. Maybe we cast a spell on him. Spell! It didn't work! Blasted! Okay, should we do fire? Should we do fairy? Reflect, maybe? We can reflect the fire, maybe? Can I jump on the... We have 2 lives, chat. This makes me feel so good. Maybe we have to shield. I can't do thunder, can I? Or do I need thunder? Here, maybe I need to, like, wait for him to do something. I'm obviously not doing any damage. Maybe, give me a second. I want to see if he can, like... Maybe I have to hit that white dot on the top of his head. You know? No, I didn't do anything. Okay, hold on. I have a candle. I have gloves. I have a raft. I don't think I can... I have a cross! Oh, wait, no, wait. I guess that's only to see enemies. Okay, alright, we're good. We got this, chat. I just have to figure out where to hit him. Ha! Ha! Am I doing damage? can't even tell. Maybe I'm just not doing damage. Maybe I'm hitting the fire? Ugh. Tell him he's having a bad day. No, not platypus. Oh, sorry, I'm not platypus. You gotta do the thing with the thing and win. I'm trying! Ugh. Okay. I wonder if I should... Nah. I'll just use it every time. What? What? I don't think I'm doing any damage. Oh, wait. Do I need to use spell and then attack his face? Or reflect? I'm gonna try it. Shield, jump, and reflect. Let's just try it. Or not reflect. Actually, hold, I can try it. Okay, now. Maybe I need to use spell. We'll do shield, jump, and spell. Okay. I'm hoping that works. I need to, like, see his head. If he has one. It's just, like, looks like there's a gaping hole. Oh, wait. Maybe that is his head. No. Oh. Hey, Cappy! Thanks for the hose. Yes, yeah, and why the red things up there, when you see them, is his health. Okay, hold on. I wonder if... I think I need more magic. Yay! Wow, I didn't know. I thought it was gonna let me go back up so I can go hit the choo-choo guy. Is there more? Is there a fairy over here? Oh my god, there's another one. Oh, no, don't use that, Kylie. I should heal myself and then use it. Yes. Oh my god. Ask and you shall receive. I thought I needed to go back up. I was like, in my head, I was like, crap, maybe I shouldn't have saved on this one, the one where I am right now. Because before, I could at least like grind the blue guy to get full health. I want to use... I'm gonna use thunder on him. Die. Die. Die! Oh, look, I can. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I knew it was gonna do damage. I knew it. You wanna know why I knew that, chat? I don't know how I knew it. I can't use shield. Oh man, he does so much damage though. I wish I had more magic. Is there a way to get more magic? Maybe there's not. It weighs so much, I know. I know. And it seems like you have to. I just have to like get better at dodging. Look at the damage. Kill enemies. Leveling up makes sense. I'm gonna keep trying since the boss is right here. Try a different spell. I don't think I think I tried all the spells that I could. And this is the only one that made him at least, like, I'm able to take damage. Or do damage. I did damage. Why am I not able to do damage anymore? Try fire. Did I try fire? I could try it, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. But you know what? Who knows? Nah, see, it's not doing anything. I need the thing. I think the trick for this boss, and unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it because I need shield and I need thunder. Otherwise, I take too much damage. Where am I supposed to hit? I don't understand what I'm doing now. I use thunder and he turns blue. And I attack him and I'm not doing any damage to him. You should have leveled up. I should have. It's okay though. Actually, Platypus. This is the last boss. It's brutal without shield. Yeah, where am I supposed to attack him, guys? I swear I did damage once. I just have to keep using thunder over and over? Like, that's the only way? You have to hit his face. He needs to get low. Get low, get low. Jumping. Oof, I don't wanna... I need jump and shield and thunder. That's insane. Mullen, thank you for the raid. Hi. I have to dodge the fire. Is it possible to do this without shield and jump? I know it costs a lot less with more magic levels. It is possible. I'm gonna keep trying then. It's gonna be very, very, very painful, but this is the last boss, right? Oh god, wasn't ready. I can only take 3 hits of his fire. Oh my god. It's crazy that this one does not have curtains. Very disappointed. Is there like a trick to like get him like super low so that I can hit him? Oh, what? That should have been an attack on his face. I did say platypus. Hold on, my finger hurts. I don't have jump, guys. No more suggestions about jump or shield. That is right now.
Do this, I believe in you.
It's out of the question because I'd have to redo this whole thing, and I'm gonna be really honest with you guys. Screw that. I want to try to attempt to do this with only thunder and what I have. So just FYI, give me suggestions for that, and then if I give up, then we'll have to redo it all. Okay? Fair, fair, fair. Thank you, Fernando. Thundercats, go! I know, y'all said his face, but I'm wondering if there's any other, like, tips you guys can give. Because, like, I obviously can't reach his face. Like, should I, like, go in a circle? Like, go down, then go up, and then go down? Like, I don't, see? Should I, like, be doing up, like, up faces? Like, you know? Eh. Oh! I did damage! Oh no, I didn't even hit it didn't even turn white! Oh no! Move like a pendulum? Okay. A pendulum? Okay, I will try. I wish I could go back out. And like, I have to, oh, I just gotta be careful. I wish I could like go back. Like, I have to like literally go, I have to go somewhere else. I didn't do a good job save filing. Up thrust his head and then save after every hit. Oh! Good idea, Chris. Only way is to level up to 8. Yeah. Besides trying this. If only I just had like just one tiny little ounce. Are you sure up thrusting will do it? Doesn't look like it is. I feel like I can only attack from the sides. He's immune to up thrust. Oh. Gosh darn it. Okay, so no up thrust. That little turd. Oh god, I was so close. Oh. Okay, okay, alright. Look, I promise I'll do what I need to do when I need to save and stuff. Actually, I'll just try. Okay, okay. Alright. Hold on. Let's try one more time with just doing with yeah. We got this, guys. We have save states on our side, okay? We got this. Take advantage. Okay, we got him. Oh god, that's not good at all. Okay, first hit and then I'll save. Assuming I'm in a good okay spot. Let's go. Aw. Darn it. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. It's so hard hitting his face sometimes, chat. I gotta like relax and just pay attention to the fireballs. Okay. The power of God and anime, save states and tingle booty and thunder on my side. All of them. Chat. Thanks, Poison. No! I have a good feeling though. I have good feelings. Look how red my thumb is. Oh, you can't tell, can you? It's like bright red. You can still rewind. Oh, true. I feel like the rewinding confuses me, though. Here, I'm gonna save right... I'm gonna do a better save file. Actually, hold on. I need to practice with hitting him more. How am I feel like I'm hitting his head. Wish there was a way to talk without me saying it. I mean, I can just not look at chat for a while. I'm gonna need to practice anyways. No. Wait, it didn't work? This boss is what's up, man. Frickin'. This could be easier if I, you know, did better, but alas. Just have to wait until it gets really, like, down. I have to be facing the right way. Aww, that could have been a good shot right there. I did not do a good job, like, saving right there. Okay. This is so cheesy. But I'm doing it because I think this is the only way. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, maybe I should go all the way over and then like up like as fast as I can. Nah. Okay, well he does get really low. I just have to be very, very patient. No, I got hit there, so I can't save there. Wait, I didn't take damage there. Why did I? Oh, I don't want to cheese the boss. I mean, technically I feel like this is cheesing. Y'all can tell me you can tell me the method like that other guy where you get him stuck on the side. You can tell me about that one after. It might take. We might be here for a while, but it's okay. Woo! I'm just absolutely terrified that he's just gonna go Super Saiyan on me. He's gonna go so fast, I'm not gonna be able to catch up. That's what I'm so scared about. Darn it. Darn it. I can't do damage to him when I'm hit. Ooh. Super Saiyan. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, you know when they go so crazy, they're like, oh, you hit me! You know, like, ah, I'm gonna hit you! You know, kind of thing. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, darn it. I should have saved after. Okay, okay. Two white bars. 2 white bars, chat. I know what you're saying. Oh no. When I get close, I'll try my best not to do a save state. There is no way to chase this guy? Oh, I meant doing this. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought that's why somebody said that they wanted me to, like, not look at chat, because y'all wanted to talk about, like, the actual, like, cool, unique way to do it. What? Oh no. Wait, why does he have more fireballs? Oh, what? What? He went Super Saiyan! No! What kind of blasphemy is this? Oh no. This is not cool. No. 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 He didn't move faster. Yeah, I know, but no. This makes me want to cry. I'm like contemplating like letting him take some damage just to get. I can only take 3 hits. I knew something bad was gonna happen. I could just feel it. How am I not hitting his head? Like what? That doesn't make any sense. fingers hurt. Hi, baby. No! I can't wait for A Link to the Past is your favorite. Oh, so soon. So far. Oh, yeah! Guys, look. No! Oh, darn. I missed. No! Oh, 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 oh. What? That's stupid. No damage run. This doesn't count. This couldn't count. No. Okay, I need to just stop doing that. Okay. Okay. Alright, let me like save over here, I guess. Oh, so close to his face, so close. Can you block up? No. You mean like use your shield? No. Oh, I feel like he's throwing even more now. I took damage. My finger's hurting. He's really bad at juggling those bowling balls. Yeah, he is. I hate you, little boss. What is this guy's name? Do we even know? Thunderbird? Being named Thunderbird makes a lot of sense. Zapdos. What a horrible way to end a fight, but you know what? It's okay. If I'm okay with it, then the world should be too. 2 bars left. 2 bars left. Aw, I missed. No. What am I doing? I'm like stuck. There we go. Imagine having jump and shield. Imagine. It'd be beautiful. Darn it. I wish I could up thrust his face, but it's like not possible. Frustrating. Oh! Yes! Does that say 1 bar, chat? See if I can. Oh, darn. He needs like 3 hits. Okay, here we go. 2 more hits, guys. 2 more hits. Darn it. One more hit. He went off the screen. No! Oh, come on. I get so mad when I miss there. Oh, what? I think I turn to the side when I do that. No, I don't. It's just yay high. One more. The fact that I missed that boggles my mind. I guess I got hit when I tried to do that. Yeah! Oh. He didn't even level me. What is that? He got me halfway. Don't tell me there's another one. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on? told me to save! Oh god, I had no idea. Okay. Let's finish. Let's go back. Okay, we'll save. Oh, what? That again. You told me to save. Okay. Alright, I'll save. I have to fight myself? What is this nonsense? The old man he did some whack job. But I thought that was the boss. That makes sense that I didn't even get full XP. Look at this guy. He's like, here, have the Triforce of Courage. But fight yourself. I don't want to fight myself. What is this? Oh my god, I thought the other guy was gonna be the real... Oh my god! This is gonna be a horrible time! Fingers. My fingers. It's okay. I think I like the ducking and the zapping. Stop tickling me! You're not even taking damage! Sure, Zang, sure. Oh. Maybe I can just bounce on his head. That won't work. It is the Triforce of Courage, right? They have it in this one, not another one. You jerk! Come here! Stop hurting me, turd. Ow. Oh. Oh, I got him! Wait. Haha. No! He was so close to dying! How did I do that? Do I have any magic to heal myself? No? Oh my god, he's almost dead! Oh, I did it! Hey! I did it! Dun, 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 dun.
Wow!
Smile.
Zelda! Awaken! You saved Hyrule! And you are a real hero! Aw, is she gonna kiss me? Kiss me. Kiss me! Oh! Oh! Was that them kissing? That was them kissing! Whoa, they actually kiss in a Zelda game? No! Yamauchi, sir. This game was really hard, but I feel so accomplished. Miyahan, Thank you. Sugiyan. Yamahen. Wow! Yay! We beat Zelda 2! I can't believe they kissed. What? Oh, I love the music. Oh my god. We did it! Chat, we did it! We did it! Oh my god! I beat the hardest game of history! Maybe not history, but that was... Aw, thanks a million! Push start to replay. Come on, chat, dance with me. Can't believe did it. I'm so happy! They kissed! I can't believe they kissed. Also, sorry, I wanted to mute. I wanted to mute alerts and stuff. Ghost, thank you for the 100 bits. Jai, thank you for the 100 bits. Androidio and Ghost Striker, thank you. I just didn't want it to go through the
Nice job,
cutscene.
Kylie. Yahaha.
Oh my god. Yahaha. Dance.
Dance.
Oh my god, that's so awesome. Is there also a new game plus in this game, like the other game? I am surprised they kissed. In all the Zelda games I've played, I can't believe it. Like they actually kiss. Come on, Nintendo, if they can do it in Zelda 2, they can do it in future games. Oh, I had no idea. You keep your levels? Oh, do you? Oh, that makes me so happy. I can't believe I beat this game. I am in shock. This game was very hard. My fingers are absolutely numb. I was thinking like that last boss, because it makes sense that you didn't level all the way up because there's another boss after that. Like, what? And then I thought that other boss I was gonna have to do it multiple times. I got lucky, I guess. Show socks, Rebecca. Here you go. Here you go, my love. Now without save states. Nah. I think I'm okay. Nah, no thank you, no thank you. If you guys type !event, it'll tell you what I've been up to the past month. I am doing, for Zelda's 35th anniversary, I decided I want to play all of the Zelda games in release order. And now this is the second game we beat. We did Zelda, the first one, we did Zelda 2. Next is going to be A Link to the Past. If you type !event and go to that link, it shows you the order that we're gonna be playing in, but yeah, and I never played Zelda 2. So that was a treat. And a curse. How does it feel? It feels good. I finished! I finished! I finished! Oh, that makes me feel so happy. I honestly didn't think I was gonna be able to beat it today. Yeah, Link to the Past is next. Is it your favorite game? Out of all of them, is your favorite game? It's been a long time since I played A Link to Past, so I probably will get kind of stuck but I'm probably not as stuck as I was in this game. I feel like after playing this game, anything is possible. Oh my god. Okay, so cool. How awesome.